Alright, what up, what up? It's the boy. We'll be back for one day only. Until Monday, I guess. One second, I need to update something, and then we will be good to go. Where are we at? Okay, there we go. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is I wanna do an hour of Raksha. We're still missing some stuff from Raksha for the bingo. Actually, that reminds me. Let me like. Listen, you know I gotta do it to him. So let me actually show what the bingo card is looking like right now. Let's see. So right now, let's move me for a second. So right now we're missing main. Basically, the idea is we want to like connect the lines vertically or horizontally to get all the way from top to bottom. So for big drops, we're missing one codex from Raksha, which would be nice because right now we just need like a couple pieces and we have like a pretty clear line to the top. So we're missing one codex from Raksha, we're missing a staff piece, missing Elite Dungeon, 2 and 3 stuff, and we're missing Carapack. So the goal today is to do some Raksha, do some Elite Dungeons, do some Carapack, and do some Solak. So that should take up pretty much the entire stream. It'll be an hour of each of those. So that's where we're at for right now. Also, let me move my thing back. Can I just... Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna start with Raksha. One of the teams is really close to being done, so my guess is over the weekend they're gonna finish up. So this is probably gonna be the last RuneScape stream for a little while. But that doesn't mean we're not gonna grind, right?
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Oops.
Let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking.
True. Wait, I'm kind of cracked though. Wait, why won't it use my ability? Okay, there we go. But yeah, so starting next week, we're going to be working on Bayonetta, which will be really fun. Day's been okay. I went to the casino last night with my family because we were like celebrating something. That was really fun. I won some money, so not being broke, very, very good. Top tier.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Can't understate how awesome not being broke is. Yeah, I walked in with $100 of play money and I walked out with like $680 or something. So, you know, pretty good day, I would say.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Lure him through. You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Yeah, we kind of went crazy. It's about time we started getting W's. I did not need to attack another time. But yeah, we definitely went crazy. And then I'm going back after stream because they're still going to be there for the weekend. And then I'm assuming by next Monday, Bingo is going to be over just because one team has like pretty easy requirements left. So my assumption is that we're going to be done with Bingo after that. But, you know, we're still going to try, so... But because we're almost certainly going to be done by Monday, that means that we're back to other games.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Yeah, one thing that's hilarious about dogs is that they usually maintain their temperament, like, basically their entire life. So, like, if a dog, like, grows up as a lap dog and then they turn into a big dog, they never realize that they're not a lap dog anymore. Which is really funny. It's very cute. Unless the dog, like, overwhelms you, then it sucks. But it's very cute.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Like, I have a friend who has a Saint Bernard, and, you know, when it was a puppy, it wasn't the biggest thing. Love it. Yeah, dogs can be pretty possessive. It's pretty funny. Like, there are a lot of ways where dogs are, like, a lot more human than we kind of expect.
It's too dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, we're so much in the profit that, like, the fun money I have, if I lost all of it, we're still so much in the green that, like, It's gonna be a good time pretty much regardless.
Quickly. The
Which is
secondary
nice. It's pretty rare that that's the case. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Okay, never mind. We boarded the crisis.
Hide behind the post.
Yeah, exactly, true. Normally when you go to the casino, you just delete all of your money. That's so sad getting drops like these. What up, what up? What are you killing, Ethan? What are you up to? Phantom Muspa. What does he drop again? He drops the Venerator shards, right? And what does the Venerator bow do again? Is that the one where like its shots bounce or something?
Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking.
I see.
Ignore it and focus.
That sounds pretty powerful. Okay, I need to move. This might be... Never mind, I'm not dead. Yeah, the bouncing between two seems like the most broken because your single target goes up by so much.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Yeah, that's my life at a couple places. The no pet grind is really yikes. Like my Zuck pet took 300 hours, which was miserable. Wait, you're about to be cracked.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Lure him through.
Yeah, the side characters in Nintendo games are not known for their intelligence.
The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
There's definitely a lot of characters who's like, you've never thought a day in your life. Yeah, it's always like a cool when you can do that at bosses, but it also sucks when it's like, man, that's cool that I got 99 range here, but I want to be doing literally anything else. Like, you know what would be even cooler than 99 range? Not being here. There's actually a decent amount of Zelda games I haven't played. I didn't play any of the handheld games. I heard that Link Between Worlds was really good, though. I heard that Spirit Tracks was fine. I didn't play Four Swords. I heard that the Oracle games were really good. I don't know how much demand there would be in playing like a Game Boy game, but I heard the Oracle games were really good.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Yeah, that might be something I look into, because there's just a lot of those games I just kind of never got around to. And it would be cool to be able to play them. Especially because, like, I was really dumb when I was a kid. So there was, like, well, that's not true. I was, like, puzzles and stuff like that were just, like, a lot. So, like, being able to, like, actually figure that stuff out now sounds like it would be really fun. Yeah, that's what I heard, was that they were, like, very different. Like, pretty much all the dungeons are different, like, the core game mechanic is different. Like, it seemed like a very interesting, experience. So it's definitely something that I think would be cool to play.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
That's so crazy that Pure Essence is that cheap for you guys. Pure Essence is 154 for us. Yeah, like there will be monsters that drop like 300 Pure Essence as one drop, and it's like, bro, that's literally a 30k drop. Like, that's nuts. Yeah, I know that there was a lot of DS games that like use the touchscreen, so I'm not sure. Like, obviously, I'm not streaming those. Like, that's not happening. But like the handheld games, I can get on an emulator, so that's definitely something I'll be looking into.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Yeah, like in RS3, if a boss dropped that much Pure Essence, like it would like make Pure Essence worthless. Which, like, that's probably why it's so worthless in OSRS, like, because you have bosses that drop 2.5k. Okay, I'm a certified griefer. Let's go. Scammed again. Yeah, one of the big issues with RS3's economy is actually that there are too many bosses that drop, like, raw coins. So, like, the inflation in RS3 is really bad because of it.
The flow has been interrupted.
Like, there's a lot of bosses where it's like, oh, this guy's main drop is, you know, alkables, and it'll drop like 2 mil in alkables, and it's like, well, that's like kind of bad. Because, like, on one hand, it's good that this boss is never gonna be like worthless, right? Because alkables, like, they can never drop below their alk value, because that's how alking works. But on the other end, it means that if a boss's uniques ever get devalued, you get into this weird situation where it's like, oh, if a new boss comes out and its uniques aren't that good, like, this boss is like dead on arrival. Unless its trash loot is so good. But its trash loot being that good is like a different type of bad thing.
Your thoughts betray you.
Because, like, there's a boss in RuneScape 3 called Arglacior who, like, he ruined a lot of bosses' drop tables because it dropped a lot of trash loot in, like, disgusting
The
quantities.
shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Yeah. I mean, right now, at least in terms of my gaming stuff, I still am, like, pretty, like, open with the type of content that I can make, which is really nice. Yeah, like, we have... Our uniques are just a lot better, or they're a lot more accessible, I would say, because most of your guys, like, super high-end drops come from raids. Where it's like, okay, if I go to raids, like, it's gonna drop, you know, 10 uniques that are all nuts. Whereas in RS3, it's like, okay, this boss drops one type of thing. And if you, like, don't need that type of thing, like, you're basically just selling whatever it drops.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary
Which is cool, but, like, there's a lot of bosses, which, again, like, it's arguably a bad thing. There are a lot of bosses who, its trash loot is so good that that's why you farm it. Like, that's why Arglacior is such a popular boss, because at high levels, you're making 60 mil an hour in trash loot. And it's like, its uniques are so rare, but it doesn't matter because its trash loot is so good. Yeah, you're definitely pissed. Yeah, but in terms of, like, the content that I want to do, I'm really, like, there's, like, a few directions that I can go in, which is nice. Yeah, in Call of Duty, not in real life. But, like, there's definitely a few directions that I can go in. Like, I could, like, because, like, RuneScape is definitely going to start taking a back seat, at least until, what's it called, comes out. The new combat skill. Once the new combat skill comes out, this is probably going to be, like, the main game. But I can be pretty open with what I stream, like, until then, which is really nice. The biggest thing is just being careful about, like, the length of games that I'm playing, because, like, again, there's just certain games where it's like, well, this game is 50 hours, so I just can't play it. Like, there's certain games, like in Nier Automata, for instance, I think that's not a great game to stream, but not because it's not a great game, but because it's super involved. And, like, you kind of need to be there from beginning to the end to really get the full experience. Because, like, a lot of, like, the big story points are, like, really nuts, and, like, they're really cool, but they're only really cool, like, insofar as, like, you understand everything that came before and after, you know? Like, that's what's really cool about a game like Cyberpunk, is that, like, Cyberpunk is relatively segmented, where, like, the story, like, it kind of builds on itself, but, like, not really. Like, early parts of the story are, like, important, but they're not, like, so important that, oh, I missed the first 5 hours of this game, so I'm completely lost. Like, the experience is more gonna be like, oh, so, like, plot-wise, what happened in the first 5 hours? And then I tell you, and you're like, okay, cool. And then you're, like, caught up.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary
You're OP.
defenses will not hold for long.
We don't really have combat achievements that are like that in depth, which are kind of unfortunate. Like a lot of the combat achievements in RS3 are like not quality of life, but they're like anti-quality of life, where it'll be like, oh, this boss, like kill this boss in the least fun way possible, and that's an achievement. It's like, okay, no.
Such a frail creature.
Like, one of the achievements for Raksha is to let him hit 100 in rage before you, let him hit 100 in rage in phase 1. That just means standing around for 5 minutes letting him hit you. Which, like, that's super annoying. Like, I have better ways to waste time. Especially in a game like RuneScape, where there are people who literally just waste time, you know? But yeah, because I know that the next week and a half is going to be Bayonetta 2 and 3. And then potentially the puzzle game, Bayonetta, the one that like the primary focus is like Bayonetta as a kid or whatever. I haven't played it, but the reviews I've heard of it are like pretty good. Like everything I've seen of it is like, oh, this is unironically like the best Bayonetta game. And it's like, oh, well, that's pretty interesting. So that's something I'm looking into playing. So that'll probably be like the next, you know, 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it, but everything I've seen of it is like, it's like surprisingly fun, given that it's a Bayonetta puzzle game. But yeah, that's like what I was planning on playing after 3. So we'll see what we end up doing after that, because the big thing is that archaeology comes out, or not archaeology, necromancy, the new skill in RuneScape, comes out on July 7th. So that's about like 5 weeks of just I need stuff to do. So we're gonna be doing the Bayonetta puzzle game. We're gonna be doing, or we're gonna be doing Bayonetta 2 and 3 and the puzzle game. And then after that, I'm like not super sure. That's probably gonna be a good time to play the Zelda games, honestly.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Draw him through. You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long. Behind the posts.
Oh, what'd I just do? Okay, I'm fine. I thought I griefed. Yeah, can my spec go off, please? Okay, I mean, fleeting boots aren't bad. That's second boots.
Well done. I've overtaken
Well, that's one thing for Bingo. It's like kind of going in the complete opposite direction, but... okay. And then... I need to post the screen cap here. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, nice. That's like big. Oh, I almost forgot to loot them. That would have been super annoying. It wouldn't have been that bad. It's only 15 mil, but that would have been really annoying.
The flow has been interrupted. These rounds.
Oh, that's so sad.
Do not let him absorb the shadow.
Oops.
You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Another series of games that... Oh, what's going on? Yeah, another series of games I definitely want to look into are the Kingdom Hearts games. Like... Obviously, the plot leaves a little bit to be desired, but those games are really fun. So I think that might be one of my projects soon as well.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat it quickly.
I almost put on the wrong boots. That would have been so funny. Yeah, so the first game, super dated. Like, of course it is. It's like a 20-year-old game at this point. First game is really dated. Like, the combat is like pretty limited. The second game, the combat expands a lot, but it's like really, really easy, which is kind of a turnoff. I mean, third game, the combat is like by far the best, at least from what I've seen, because I haven't personally played the third game. But the story is like the least coherent. Which Kingdom Hearts has never been known to have like a good story, but it gets pretty out there in Kingdom Hearts 3, so. Kingdom Hearts 3 got a lot of flack that I don't think that it deserved. Listen, you can... Let's... Bro, I hope so. That back-to-back would be so crazy. Honestly, even a divert would be nice. Because, like, I don't really care about money. Like, money's nice, but, like, I truly... It doesn't matter to me. Like, I just want to not be at Raksha, you know? Like, I'll take a divert if it means I get to do something else. The boot drop was kind of whack, though. I, like, don't need the boot drop. Because it kind of pulls us in a different direction, and, like, realistically speaking, Bingo's probably gonna be over in, like, before the weekend's over.
not let him absorb the shadow.
Cause like there's one team who all they're missing is Raksha Codex and Karapak Staff Piece, and it's like, okay, like if all three of you are doing both of those bosses, you're gonna get a Karapak Staff Piece in like 5 hours. Like Karapak Staff Piece is not like Giga Rare. And then same thing with Raksha Codex. Like, it's 1 in 500 and there's 3 of them, so like, you know, that's like... there's teams within the clans, and one team is like going a little crazy.
You must defeat him quickly.
I've been having really bad internet issues, so like sometimes the stream is just gonna freak out and like, that's what's gonna happen. It's really annoying. Yeah, if it's on my end, I've been having internet issues.
Your thoughts betray you.
But yeah, we're playing against other people within the clan. And like the drops that they have left are just so easy to come by that like it's probably just over, which is fine. But yeah, because basically they have to get 100 and a 1 in 150 drop, and then they have to get a 1 in 500 drop. The 1 in 150 drop, they can do 36 kills an hour. So like, if their whole team is doing it, like, you should be able to guarantee that in like a day. And then on the other hand, the 1 in 500 drop, if 3 people are doing it, you can kill like 45 an hour. So that's a little bit harder to like say, oh, like they're guaranteed gonna get it by the end of the weekend. But if they're like playing all weekend, they should be able to get that. Bro, so many of these drops are so bad, though. It's so sad.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Oh, I just trolled. That was so sad. It doesn't matter, but that's so sad.
You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Oops, misclick. This music goes so crazy.
Your thoughts betray you.
The shadow grows thicker.
That was almost really bad. I like froze up a little bit and I almost fucking misclicked. Yeah, I mean that's probably our best bet. You can also try ED2 or ED3. Like, both of those are valid. I should probably go to ED3 because with your RNG, we're never gonna get anything done. But after this hour of Raksha, I'm gonna hit up, I'm gonna probably do an hour of ED2 and then an hour of ED3.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Draw him through.
Like, I'd rather do a trilogy, but since you already did ED1, like, it doesn't really make any sense to do a trilogy.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Yeah, exactly.
I will drag you into
Bro, ED1, when ED1 hits, that place hits. Like, I got, like, last bingo, we needed to get 75 scales. I got 94 scales, and a double war spear in the same run. And then the run before that, I got a fishy treat and like 30 scales. It's like, dang, like ED1, when ED1 hits, like, you're making money.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Like, my first run of ED1, I got Masuda's War Spear. Like, my first run ever. I got Masuda's War Spear and I got Fishy Treat. And I was like, oh, well, that's convenient, huh?
Ignore it and focus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's always been my experience with ED1. Like, you're just chilling, and it's like, oh, okay, doubled spear, that's pretty good. Oh, okay. Like, 60 scales. Sure, I guess. Like, I'm not complaining.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
I'm so glad you got the Zuck piece. I was, like, super not interested in doing Zuck.
thoughts betray you.
Yeah, me and Zuck have beef, so I'm not trying to go there.
It's too dangerous.
Bro, I am not washed at Zuck.
Draw him through.
Maybe everywhere else, but I am not washed at Zuck. I will not accept this slander in my fucking Twitch chat.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
I also didn't do any Zuck since I came back, so I can't prove that I'm not washed, but trust me, bro, I'm not washed.
I will drag you into
Hide behind the roof. Collect that shadow.
Dive made this like this phase like 10 seconds faster, or not 10 seconds, but like 3 or 4 seconds faster, and like it's just so nice. Being able to like collect a reasonable amount of this and then not have to spend an extra cycle is just super nice. One second, I'm sending a text message. Yeah, word. Okay. That makes sense. I better see some codexes in the chat.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Or at least the pet. The Bizdy pet is sick. That's probably my favorite pet, just like visually. Damn, you're cracked, huh?
Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Bro, that's honestly me like everywhere. I'm just a munch now. I don't know what happened. I used to be clean. I used to just be able to be like, you know what? I don't want to drop today. Go to ED3 and get a drop. You know what? Solak, I've only gotten one Codex today. Or I've only gotten one crossbow today. I need a second one. He would just give me a second one. But apparently, those days are over.
Shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Your thoughts betray you.
Bro, full arrows are so good. They're actually so nuts. They do so much damage.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Lure him through.
Like, pretty much every time I use my Bow of the Last Guardian on, like, the 4th shot, it's just a 22k hit. Or a 24k hit.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long. Collect that shadow. Hide behind the posts.
It's so nuts that these dinosaur bone drops are like the most profitable now. That's just so insane. Because it used to be the Onyx dust. Like, you'd hit 120 Onyx dust, you're like, let's go. Like, that's like 3 mil. That's like 3.2 mil, actually. But now, it's like the dino bones. That's the only drop that matters.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Don't we pretty much only need, like, the big bosses now? I feel like it's like we need a random Twin Furies drop and then just, like, the big bosses.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
I pray. Your thoughts betray you.
Like, that snapshot was like a 30k. That's just so insane.
It's too dangerous.
Full arrows are just too good.
Draw him through. You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
That's such a weird thing for the character to say, that like I have to finish him quickly, because this like section lasts forever. There's no time limit on this section. Like, technically you can just like chill here. Alkables. I'll allow it. Oh, I guess the alkables here are still decent. Alright, so we probably have 3 more kills left in the hour. And then we'll head over to another boss.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused. Do not let him absorb the shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Well, I just got deleted. Hello.
Your thoughts betray you.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Bro, surely this guy dies, right? He's not gonna die. Oh, that's so annoying.
Thoughts betray.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Draw him through.
Free me.
Alright, I'm about to go sicko mode here.
You must finish him quickly.
Take this!
Secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Drag you into
Behind the shadows.
Okay, all's kind of cracked. Wonderful. That is not one of the drops I needed. Bro, I just want literally... Bro, you want these J's? Because I don't need them.
The flow has been interrupted. He is roused.
Oops! Oh, I actually dodged it. Wait, okay, I'm clean.
The shadow. You may think you hear it speaking. Ignore it and focus.
Because the bingo is 2 unique boot drops, and 1, I've already gotten the 2 unique drops. And then 2, I just got, like, I already have those, so... It's okay. Surely we'll go to Solak, and Solak will have something to say to us, right? I think, you know, I really think that Solak is going to have our back here.
The shadow grows thicker. You must defeat him quickly.
Actually, I'll do ED3 next. I have a dart that I want to use, and ED3 is, like, pretty easy even without darts.
Your thoughts betray.
It's too dangerous. I'll open the gates. Draw him through.
Free me. Release me. Release me.
You must finish him quickly. The secondary defenses will not hold for long.
Bro, you see me with these 1-tick prayer flicks? I'm just built different. Okay, I just completely missed there. You didn't see that. I've literally been getting them perfect all day, and the first time I say something, I mess up. That's funny. Alright, here's the doubled ricochet. Right here. Alright, Serene Scales. I lose the whole game. Alright, well, that's enough for this hour. I didn't sign this hour. That's good. I died like 3 times the last hour I did off stream. That was really bad. I guess I'll just put these in like this tab. This will just be like all my like random drops. Okay, we'll go to ED3 next. Do I want to go to ED3? Let me think. ED3 is actually decently annoying for me to go to, so I think I'm gonna try ED2 instead. The big issue with ED3 is that I use Vampirism on... Actually, no, I can't do it. Because I just remember that I'm gonna dart the first kill. Make sure my auto collect is on. Okay. Alright, turn on penance. Turn this on. Alright, I'm about to go crazy at it. Wait, I forgot to reset the dungeon. I'm about to go crazy at Ambassador. I'm about to go crazy. That reminds me, I need to put out my ED3 guide, or I need to like make an ED3 guide. Cause like honestly, if you have a Blood Reaver, you can do ED3 with like 70 range. You'll probably have accuracy issues, but you can do ED3 with 70 range if you have a Blood Reaver. I looked it up, and the worst arrow, or the worst bow that you can use with Bic arrows is a crystal bow. Like, how nuts is that? That people with 70 range can, like, be soloing Ambassador. Assuming you don't have accuracy issues, because, like, that's always a possibility. That is actually something I also want to look into, see how viable a hard mode Carapac is with like a Zarite bow and 80 range. I would be curious to see if it's like viable. Because like that would be like really cool too, to have like a 80 mil setup or something that like people can just go in with Bic arrows and just like kill a hard mode Carapac.
when you would make your futile attempts to stop me. You should surrender now. Let the many mouths of my Leviathan consume you. The pain will be far less than what you will face further in.
It's so crazy. I don't have my Blood Reaver summoned, and like this is just, or yeah, I don't have my thing summoned, and like this is one of the fastest Crassians I've done, which is nuts. Nerfed, by the way. I got more bad drops. And that's basically it. That's all you missed. And now I'm doing one of the elite dungeons, because this is just something we're missing from Bingo, and I typically have a better luck here than the other people in my group. Well, I have way better luck here than the other people in my group, so I think one of them has like 1,000 kills here, and then another one has like 400 kills here, and I have more pieces than both of them combined, and I have like 80 kills. So it probably just makes the most sense for me to be doing this dungeon. I need to put my power armor. I guess I don't. Never mind. So I need to put my power armor back on. Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, I've been like decently, like I've been much less lucky than I've been in the past. Recently. Although today I got 2 boots from Raksha, which like that's 1 in 200, and I got 2 of them, so like that is really lucky in its own right. There's just so many enemies here, it's actually so nuts. So the only thing that sucks about this elite dungeon is that all of its drops are backloaded. So you basically get nothing from the first 2 bosses with the hopes that you get something on the last boss. The first dungeon is like that too, but the first dungeon has like a built-in like bad luck mitigation where instead of having like a big unique drop, it drops ancient scales, and then the scales cost 1.2 mil each, and it can drop anywhere from 4 to like I think 100, and then it can also be doubled. So like, you're not really looking for a big drop, you just kind of need to high roll like that particular drop, which is just a different type of RNG. Or at least it feels like it's a different type of RNG.
Halt, mortal! You shall go no farther! Your pathetic crusade is at an end! Dance, my puppets! Dance! Your souls are nothing but fuel for a greater power, but I get what's left behind! Behold! Take you! Fall and rise again as my plaything. Nothing but fuel for a greater power, but I get what's left behind. Behold!
Alright, I need to put my crit balloon back on, because if I don't, I'll die. Nice. Not bad. ED3 is a lot faster than I remember it being. Maybe this is my first time just like starting with ED3 so it feels faster. Because this is gonna be like 15 or so minutes. Maybe it's just always been this fast, honestly. I'm not gonna bother overloading here. I'm just gonna take a little bit more damage and that's just gonna be fine. Don't feel like wasting the supplies. Okay, that being said, these guys are actually deleting me, and I don't like that, so... So you have important abilities with long cooldowns, but that's kind of like where it ends. It's never really like, oh, like I have a degradable weapon and that weapon will like break. It's like, oh, this is on a minute cooldown. Do I really want to like use something that has a minute cooldown on like a trash mob? And sometimes you do. It just, you know, depends. But my potions are decently expensive, so if I don't have to use my potions, I try not to. So that's like more the balancing thing that I was talking about. Because this last boss, I'm not like fighting by conventional methods. I don't want to use a potion for it. So instead of wasting like 6 minutes of it, or like 3 or 4 minutes of it, I'm just not going to use it. Okay, so we're gonna bank. Toggle auto collect. Put this on. Okay, Mr. Ambassador. What do you got for me? 32 Blackstone Hearts. I mean, 15 mil is really good. For not getting a drop. 15 mil isn't bad for not getting a drop. Okay, so I'm out of darts, so I have to kill this guy legit now. But yeah, basically, the potions I have are not tradable, which means I can't just, like, throw money at them. I have to physically make them. So if there are places where I can get away with not using them, I try not to. If I could just buy them, I would just use them for literally everything. But since I have to make them, there's, like, a different type of opportunity cost there. It's like, oh, if I can save, you know, a sixth of a potion by just not using it where I don't have to. Like, depending on how many times I can, like, save that potion, it ends up saving me this much time later down the road. Because I made these potions like a year ago, and I still have, you know, a pretty good amount of them. Yeah. Reminds me I need to go back and toggle my chest again. Surprised I literally only got coin drops. Yeah, the potions in this game are like relatively expensive. They're always worth it because like the amount of money you spend on potions, you're always going to get back by just like killing bosses and doing like and just killing stuff. Like it's never like not profitable to use them. The biggest thing is that they're not tradable. So like whenever you use them, it's like okay, like until I make the money, this is a sunk cost and like I am technically in the red. Okay, can you die, sir? Thank you. And then the types of potions I'm using, they also take a while to make. Like, the process is decently involved. Like, to make, you know, like, I want to say, like, I have one overload in my inventory. To make one overload takes, like, a minute, which doesn't sound like that long, but, like, when in the grand scheme of things, like, that's a pretty long time. So, like, you want to spend as little time making overloads as you possibly can.
I have seen the dead walk, but never so brazenly. You are rotting before my eyes, and your presence here only hastens your decay. It is for mercy's sake that my pet kills you now. You would not like the world I am creating.
So I don't know why it took him so long to use his move. It's not like an annoying, it's not annoying as in it's like super involved. It just takes a long time. Cause like typically with most potions in this game, like you click on the secondary material and then you use it on like the potion and that's how you make it. The issue is that overloads require a lot of materials and you're limited by your inventory space, right? So like these vulnerability bombs, these are also a potion that you can make. You can make, I think, 12 of these per inventory. For overloads, you can make 4. So, like, that means that, you know, if I want to make, you know, 100 overloads, making 4 per inventory takes a while. Especially because these are, like, the highest tier of overloads. So, not only do I have to make 4, but then I have to upgrade 4, then I have to upgrade 4 again. So, like, to get this highest tier, you know, of making 4, takes a couple minutes for just 4 of them, you know? So usually what people do is they make a couple thousand at a time, and then depending on how often you play, that's gonna last you, you know, a year or so. Like, I made 5,000 the last time I played, or the last time I made them, which was like 2 years ago, and I still have 800 left. So, like, I'm making pretty good, like, they're lasting me quite a while. But, like, if I ever have to make them again, it's like, dude, I really have to spend like 10 hours making potions for the next year. Which, again, in the grand scheme of things, I'll spend 10 hours to make a year's worth of potions. But it's like, dude, during those 10 hours, it's like, bro, I do not want to do this. So there are quality of life improvements. There's actually been a lot of quality of life improvements. So for instance, in order to make overloads, you need to make extreme potions. And they made extreme potions tradable, which that cuts out tens to hundreds of hours. Which is really, really nice. Not only that, once you get 120 Herblore, which most skills go up to 99, but Herblore is one of the ones that goes up to 120, you can make overloads in batches. So instead of making 4 of them one at a time, you can make, with the materials of 4, you can make 5 instantly. So it definitely, like, isn't as bad as it used to be, but because at some point they stop being tradable, that's the real issue. It's not like an issue as in it's a bad thing, but that's like where the big bottleneck is that like at some point you're gonna have a time bottleneck. Unfortunately, because overloads aren't tradable, you like can't do that. Like, you can technically actually no, you couldn't do that because that would be like against game rules. I was gonna say, it was like technically you could like have someone play in your account and make potions, but like that would be real world trading and that's against the game rules. But like I guess if you were sharing an account with somebody, which I don't think is a bannable offense anymore, but I could be wrong. But technically, if you're sharing an account with somebody and they didn't mind it, then they can make the potions. But the big bottleneck is that, like, you can't trade these. So if you need to make overloads, like, you have to make them yourself. And, like, for what it's worth, they are, like, insanely powerful. Like, they're, especially the ones that I'm using, they have a bunch of, like, secondary effects built into them. So it's honestly just a catch-all potion. Like, if there's a thing that you need to do, like, you can bring the overloads that I have to that thing, and, like, they're gonna be useful.
Halt, mortal! You shall go no farther! Your pathetic crusade is at an end!
There are games where that is a more normal thing. It's just in RuneScape, there's, like, kind of a culture of your account is your account, so, like, everything that is on your account, like, it should be, it's assumed that you got it yourself, especially if it's not tradable. Because, like, that's one of the things that a lot of people dislike, is like, oh, you got this, like, crazy untradeable cape. It's like, oh, I paid someone to do it. It's like, oh, well, that's whack. Because, like, there are, like, really powerful items that are either locked behind quests or they're locked behind, like, bossing challenges. And if you're not good enough to do those bossing challenges, then, like, you just don't get the thing. And, like, that can be pretty annoying and, like, unfortunate on one end. On the other end, which is, like, my philosophy, like, if you can't, like, if you don't have the skill to get, you know, the cape from Zuck, which is one of the hardest bosses in the game. If you don't have the skill to get that cape, you're probably not doing content where, like, having that cape is that important. Like, generally speaking, you only really need that cape for, like, super high level grinds. Yeah, it's definitely annoying because, like, the combined Zuck cape in particular is so annoying because, one, it's the best cape in the game by a pretty extreme margin. But two, you need to, like, do a hard mode Zuck, which is arguably one of the hardest bossing challenges in the game. Not only do you need to do hard mode Zuck, but you need to do it without, like, messing up anything. Because there are, like, mini challenges during the encounter that you need to do. So you can't just survive the encounter without dying. You also need to complete the mini challenges. So, like, there are people who, like, they really struggle with completing the mini challenges. And, like, I get that. The, like, counterpoint is that if you're struggling with the mini challenges, you're probably not able to do content where you, like, need this item in the first place. Which, like, feels bad, but at the same time, it's, like, it's one of the rare instances where, like, get good kid is, like, an actual argument. Like, if you can't get a combined cape from Zuck, then, like, you're just not good enough to, like, need it, you know? It's like, that's the type of thing where it's like, I don't think people should pay for it, which, one, it's against the rules, but two, it's like, bro, if you need to pay for it, then, like, you don't need it. Like, you're not bossing at a level where having this cape is like a game breaking for you. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with being bad, but like, just own it, right? But the other thing too is that the RuneScape community is like pretty notorious for like not being able to evaluate how strong or how good or how important something is. That's just like a recurring issue in the RuneScape community where like players are pretty dumb. Yeah, so funny enough, that's actually something that just happened in RuneScape, was that they changed one of... So Magic has a crit build, and they changed how the crits work so that basically you can't like infinitely crit. But what they did was they actually like overall increased how much damage it does, but people who are not good at the game don't realize that they're literally doing more damage now. So even though it's marketed as a nerf, there's a lot of people who like, it's not nerfed for you. Like, the person that it's nerfed for is like so good at the game that like they like, even like, these are the people who are like, yeah, this is probably broken for me, so like I see why they nerfed it. Okay, put on Vampirism, summon you, do that. I guess I'll do an auto fire rate of 1. I think that's unnecessary, but maybe it's not.
So, you come to witness this great moment. To be present as his gaze is turned upon this world. To be one of the first blessed by his black radiance. I can understand such dreams. Come then, shed your mortal form and rejoice. Kastil Griaf, Fiarok Kal, Skek.
This boss fight is actually super cool. My gear is just so disgustingly broken that I just kind of get to ignore it. Oh, I didn't bring an SGB. That's sad. I don't remember where I'm supposed to stand for this, so I might like mess up and die here. If these beams touch me, they'll basically insta-kill me. Nice. Oh, I didn't even realize I had a power burst. That's so funny.
You should surrender now. Pathetic one. You could have been magnificent. Must you fight so hard to reduce all the world to mediocrity?
Okay, should be done here. What up, what up? So what did I get? I got 5 Blackstone Heart. That's so bad.
Yourself a few moments of respite.
Alright, so I'll do 2 more ambassadors, and then that'll be that. Let me take these scrolls out. Definitely don't need it to be using scrolls right now. And then I do need to bring a blessed flask. Word. Well, what are your, not question, or I guess, yeah, like, what are your, like, what are you thinking about? Like, what's, the decision that you're trying to make? Okay, no problem. That's good. Or, like, what around the decision? Like, what do you... Are you, like, getting bored of OSRS? Like, is there, like, a lot of cool stuff happening in RS3 that you enjoy? Or that you think that you would enjoy? Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, do you have, like, any questions about it, or are you just, like, looking to see some gameplay and, you know, see if stuff looks cool? Because I'm, like, a top, like, 0.1% player. Yeah, I mean, OSRS players are definitely known for that. Yeah, but I'm like a top 0.1% player. Like, in terms of gear, I have pretty much everything that exists. So if you have any, like, questions or just want to know, oh, like, what's the deal with this? Like, I probably know it. Yeah, RS3, I think the best experience. Bro, my skill is not that bad. Just because Javon is the nicest that ever did it, doesn't mean that I'm bad. Plus, you didn't see me work Ambassador, I literally just AFK'd with Soul Split on. Yeah, so RS3 has a lot going on. I think the best way to play RS3 is with is as an Iron Man, because there's a lot of ways on Mainscape where your experience can kind of get ruined for the worse. One thing I will say, quests are significantly more important in this game. The game doesn't really make an effort to tell you how important they are, but there's a lot of quests where if you don't do them, you'll, like, set yourself behind, like, 30 or 40 hours. Because they're just that important for either bossing or for just opening up the map and giving you access to stuff. Yes, I've been playing RS3 for... Man, it's been a while. It's like 16 years? 17, maybe? It's been a while. I've been playing a lot of RS3.
I have seen the dead walk, but never so brazenly. You are rotting before my eyes.
So, what I will say is, I think that RS3 generally has a lot going for it that's really good. I think the bossing in this game is like some of the most involved bossing that exists in any MMO, period. OSRS is like similar, but you're heavily restricted by just how simple the game's mechanics are. So like that's one thing I think is super good. Another thing is that the quest system feels super robust. So like a lot of the quests in this game, you're like visually changing the world around you, which feels really good. Like there's a quest that, you know, takes place in Edgeville and it like destroys a lot of Edgeville, and then you have to like manually fix it afterwards. It's like a construction mini quest. So like in terms of world building, I think it seems anyways to be one of the best games, one of the best MMOs, period. In terms of as the game is now, there are notable issues. As a modern game, RS3 doesn't look very good. If they don't like make the character model update, if that doesn't become like real within a year or so, I think there are a lot of players that genuinely get turned off by my character is kind of ugly, and I don't like that. Like, I put a decent amount of work into my fashion, but like, my character is not cute, right? Like, my armor's sick, but then like, if we look at like my character's face, like, the pupils aren't connected to the eyes. Like, this looks disgusting, you know? So there's stuff like that that's just, for a game in 2023, this not being good is like pretty bad. Similarly, I think the tick system is like getting pretty outdated, if it's not already outdated. And I think that we're gonna start seeing really serious limitations on the type of content that can come into the game as a cost of the tick system just existing in the state it's in. In terms of like upcoming updates, I think the game has a lot to offer right now. Necromancy looks really cool. I think introducing another combat style is something that RuneScape has, like another main combat style, is something that RuneScape's literally never done. Like summoning is like a side combat thing, prayer books are side combat things, even new spell books are like kind of tangentially related, but like this is a new way of dealing damage. That's really cool. Yeah. Iron Man guides are definitely fun because it's really easy to get overwhelmed. But like the bossing is really good in this game, like for sure. Like the high-end bosses are really here to like test your skills, and like they're really involved. So if you're just looking for like, okay, I want a boss that feels like a boss, like you're gonna find that, you know? RuneScape 3 has all of that. The big shortcomings, I would say, of RuneScape 3 as opposed to other modern MMOs is that once you get to a certain point, like the pre-end game, I guess, you start hitting crazy bottlenecks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, OSRS players are definitely some munches, but like, listen, okay, nostalgia is a powerful thing, okay? But like RuneScape 3 has some pretty insane bottlenecks. Like, you can get decently close to end game gear by the time you're like 100 mil bank. The issue is getting to right before end game takes 100 mil, and getting to end game takes like 20 bill, and that's excessive. Like, in the mid game, you start getting to the point where it's like money doesn't matter anymore because you can't make meaningful upgrades with the items that you would be farming before. Like, getting a 30 mil upgrade kind of doesn't matter when your next item costs 2 bill. I mean, RuneScape 3 players aren't any different, right? Like, there are people who are using a buffed weapon and saying that it's nerfed. Like, they're literally doing more damage, and they're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's nerfed. Generally speaking, Grimoire is not going to be worth it. Grimoire is worth it for a very particular type of player. Yeah, I try to keep my UI very simple and easy to understand. Mostly for me, because I'm an idiot and I don't want to look for stuff. Yeah, but like I try to keep my UI like super clean, because there are definitely people who like I've seen their UI and I'm like, if I've never played RuneScape before, this would like turn me off the game because I literally don't know what I'm looking at. But as for Grimoire, for the vast majority of players, Grimoire is not worth it. Grimoire is like, if you have the crit build for magic, then you can use Grimoire. But until you actually have a physical fracture staff, Grimoire is not worth your money. Like, period. So, like, that's what I would say for a Grimoire. If you have a fracture staff, if you have a Reaver's Ring, then a Grimoire is like, and you have an Armadale Battle Staff, then a Grimoire is worth it. Until you have all of those, it's pretty much a waste of money. Alt 1 is very important. It is unfortunately nowhere near as good as Runelight, but it's the closest that we're gonna get. So, you know, you take what you can get, right? So basically, instead of it being a client, it's an overlay, and then because it's not like embedded into the experience, you're just gonna have a couple of shortcomings that just, like, they're just going to exist, basically. Like, we don't have a quest helper. Our clue helper, like, tells us where it has to go, but doesn't show you in game where it has to go. You just have to like know where the map is looking at. It has like cool things, like there's an AFK timer, which is nice. So if you like, for archaeology in particular, it's really good for that, because our archaeology has like an AFK way of, like a completely AFK way of doing it, and then like a semi-AFK way. And the semi-AFK way is like significantly better experience and GP per hour. And Alt 1 just like takes all of the paying attention away from that. I don't know if Runelight has like AFK timers that like ping you when something happens. Like you can say, when X particular thing happens, like tell me. Like I don't know if Runelight has anything like that, but Alt 1 has something like that. So like if I'm mining, or if I'm woodcutting, like I can have it ping me when I get a bird's nest. I can have it ping me when like certain trees I can't use them anymore. So like there's definitely a lot of quality of life stuff that's like really, really nice, especially because of the type of game that like RuneScape 3 is. But like we don't have like the quest guide where you're just like the game is playing for you. Which, like, that's what a lot of the quest guides are in old school. It's like you're not doing the quest. Like, Runelight is doing the quest for you. It's really useful. Yeah, so for like mining, we have, or for archaeology, there's this thing called a time sprite. So our archaeology is basically mining and smithing combined into one skill, and then it's its own separate thing. So archaeology has this thing called a time sprite, which when you're mining on the time sprite, you just get dramatically faster experience and material gain. So, what's it called? The plugin will tell you when the time sprite moves, which is like really useful. Because if you have your sounds muted, or if you're just like not paying attention, you won't know when it moves. But if you have the plugin, it's like, you don't even have to think about it. It's just free. Yeah, another thing too is that Alt 1 is like not very invasive. Like, it's just kind of on the top bar, and then if you want to access something, it like, then you'll get an overlay. But until you like want to access it, like, it's not going to be in your face, which is really nice for sure. One of the big critiques I have of like the bossing in this game is that if your gear is good enough, even the hardest bosses in the game you can just kind of cheese. Like this boss that I'm about to do right now, this is one of the hardest bosses, like mechanically. Like it's like a really involved boss fight, but I can just throw money at it and I can more or less just AFK the fight, which is kind of sad. Where's my thing? This. But again, you need to get... I think irons are like the best way to play the game. Yeah, I have a clan chat, please. Or please. I just read you say please, so I said it. But yeah, I have a clan chat, so I can invite you to it.
So, you come to witness this great moment. To be present as his gaze is turned upon this world.
So this boss drops the Eldritch Crossbow, which is a level 92 bow. It has a very good special attack. So like that's why you kill it. Its power has gotten eclipsed recently. Wait, why isn't my thing healing me? Hello? Wait, why isn't it healing me? One second. I don't know why this isn't healing me. I'm dead, right? No, I'm not dead. Okay. It feels like my keybinds are wrong because like a bunch of my stuff just isn't working and I'm really confused. Listen, that's a valid question, okay? Okay, is this gonna like use its thing now? My favorite food is like calzones. Like they're just so good. Okay, my familiar isn't working. I don't know why. I'm really confused. Like, calzones go so crazy. And the place near my house is so good. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, but the calzone place near my house is so good. Yeah, I'm like manually spamming my familiar because it's just not working. I'm like really confused. They're so good. It's just god tier. Yeah, I don't know why familiar wasn't working. That was like super weird. Okay, now sick. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So this boss drops a tier 92 crossbow, which has one of the highest damage special attacks in the game. Unfortunately, there are higher level weapons, so it's only really good as a special attack. And fortunately, in RuneScape 3, we have this necklace called the Essence of Finality, which lets you store special attacks inside of it. And then you can use them with any weapon of the same type. So if I wanted to store a dark bow inside of it, I can use that dark bow with a level 95 bow or crossbow. So it lets you like get access to weapons with powerful abilities, and then lets you scale them up to like the type of damage that you want to do, which is really, really good. So this is a highly coveted special attack weapon. The reason why the real weapon isn't used so much is that right now bows are just better than crossbows, so crossbows just aren't used basically at all. Now there are a lot of good specs. Like there's a lot of really good specs in the game for sure. It's funny because they actually modernized a lot of the dragon specs. Like dragon longsword, dragon two-hand, stuff like that. They modernized all of those. So like a lot of those specs are now worth using. Like and then specs also inherit like the weapon type. So let's say you're using a like a halberd, which halberds have one longer range than, you know, regular melee weapons. If you use an AoE ability with a halberd, its range also gets extended by one. So one thing that's really good is the Dragon 2H spec got extended to be a 5x5. So if you cast it with the level 90 halberd, it ends up being a 7x7. That's pretty disgusting. And then the same thing with chins. Like if you wanted to kill monsters in an AoE, like you can fire a Darkbow spec through your Essence of Finality with chins, and then they inherit the AoE effect. Yeah, it's really cool. How like there's a lot of really powerful abilities that you can like take advantage of like that. And then another like really good one is we have a tier 95 two-hand sword called the Execo, and what that does is that puts a bleed on your opponent that increases its own damage based on how many bleeds you put on that opponent after you like use the spec. So what you can do is you can put that spec inside of Essence of Finality and then cast it with a spear that increases your bleed duration. Like now the damage goes through the roof because you have 50% duration on all of your bleeds, which means you have that much longer to put bleeds on, you know? And then because that bleed in particular just keeps ticking on a set in intervals, you also get a damage increase by just increasing its own damage, you know? So there's a lot of really cool interactions. Bro, Lumbee Lodestone? Bro, I haven't been in Lumbridge in a brick. If I'm being honest, where is Lumbridge? Bro, he said, listen, I see a bunch of noobs at Lumbridge, so I just assumed that you would be there. Bro, hope is toxic. What's it called? I love salmon, though. Salmon is so good. It's so good. Every time I have salmon, I'm like, I don't think I've ever had salmon, and I was like, wow, what a horrible idea. Oh, these guys aren't melee, so I actually have to come up here. It's so good, it really is. We need to bank, withdraw you. Herbie Werby is actually really, really good because you get the herb bag from it. I honestly don't even have an herb bag. And like, I don't need one, but there's a couple activities where it would be really nice to have an herb bag.
Shall deal with you instead. Die, knowing that you're fit for nothing more than as food for my pets. And perhaps not even that.
Bro, this guy Ambassador is toxic as fuck. Am I dead? No way I'm dead. Okay. I thought I was gonna die. Yeah, so the thing that's really, really nice about PVMing in RuneScape is that you can kind of, or in RuneScape 3, is that there's a lot of, like, variance in terms of, like, the type of bosses that you're engaging with. Yeah, I killed him a couple times, like 2 or 3 times. Like, unfortunately, one thing that, like, kind of sucks about OSRS is that you are very limited by the types of encounters you get with bosses, right? Like, even your highest end boss, the only difference between one high-end boss and another high-end boss is you need to move different. And, like, that's obviously an oversimplification, but, like, that's kind of what it is, right? Like, the way you fight Zuck in old school is you have good movement. And then the way you fight, you know, Bandos is you have good movement. And then the way you fight, it's just different types of movement, you know, for each boss. Which isn't to say that, you know, there aren't, you know, actual mechanics like, oh, you need to do this for a certain boss, you need to do that for a certain boss. But it's very limiting, like, how you're allowed to interact with the game. One thing that's really cool about RuneScape 3 is that the bosses are a lot more involved and they're really unique. Where, like, Zamorak, for instance, you pick up certain buffs and debuffs during the fight. And then you kind of, like, get to customize your experience based on the buffs and debuffs that you have available to you. Noxious Bow is the next best thing. If you don't have that, Zarite Bow or Decimation is the next best thing. If you don't have that, Zarite Bow is the next best thing. And if you don't have that, Crystal Bow is the next best thing. If you can't afford a Crystal Bow, you probably need to go back to Abyssal Demons or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot more interactive. Unfortunately, you're not really going to be able to see that, at least for this boss that I'm doing. You'll see it at the next boss that I do. But this boss, I'm throwing so many synergies at it that it like just can't play the game. Like this boss that I'm doing basically has no choice but to stand there and watch me kill it. There are decently fast XP grinds where like if you wanted to do like God Wars 1, you could probably get like the stats to do God Wars 1. True. But like you can probably get the stats to do God Wars 1 in like a couple weeks. Like the XP gains in this game are just way faster than they are in OSRS. But that's like a kind of offset by like getting like you can do bosses in OSRS at like 90 and 95 or at like, you know, 60 attack, like 80 strength. Like preferably you'd want 70 attack for like whips and stuff like that. But like you have access to like a decent amount of bosses if like one of your stats is like 75 or 80. Whereas in RS3 it's like you're kind of geared more towards solo content. Or not geared towards solo content, but pretty much everything in the game is like able to be soloable. So like because it's able to be soloable, you just need like higher stats. I think Warriors Retreat is in Draenor Village.
Halt, mortal! You shall go no farther! Your pathetic crusade is at an end!
So like right now, I'm just gonna be doing a ton of damage to this guy because I'm using a crit build. And then the crit build is utilizing a bunch of synergies where I have like 35% crit chance. And then I'm using, I have a buff. You should get Decimation. I think Noxious Bow is like 300 mil. I think Decimation's like 130, so I would get a Decimation. But yeah, so right now I'm doing a crit build, and then I have something that says whenever I crit, I gain 10 adrenaline, which is special attack and energy. And then I have a high enough crit that I have a bunch of multi-hit moves that I can use to like keep generating adrenaline and then keep spending it. So I just get to do just a ton of damage for basically no cost because I can just keep gaining resource, which is nice. Yeah, I'm best in slot everything. If it has stats, then I have it. Yeah, like this fight with like slightly worse gear is like a 4-minute fight, and I just did it in what, like 2:30? Like the biggest upgrade. So, in all honesty, range is just so good right now that I would say to just work towards range. Like, it's so easy to get really high damage with, like, decent range gear than it is with decent magic gear, unfortunately. You just kind of need too much going to get really disgustingly high damage with decent magic gear. Because until you get a fractured staff, you, like, your damage is, like, severely, like, bottlenecked. Like, you just don't have access to, like, the super disgusting damage. Whereas with range, if you can buy a crystal bow, you can use Bic arrows. And crystal bows are 150k. Like, unironically, 100 Bic arrows is more expensive than a crystal bow. So, like, it's really easy to get access to best in slot range damage. Especially because the poison build, all of your damage is coming from, like, poison. It's not actually coming from your range damage. Like, a meaningful amount of it is, but, like, it doesn't matter. But yeah, right now, I'm best in slot everything. So all of the builds I'm going to be using are going to be, like, super optimal. Well, they're going to be optimized in some way. Yes. So, Revolution is really helpful. It is not required for any boss in the entire game, even at really high-end rages. You never need to use full manual. With that being said, you are losing a meaningful amount of damage. Not like a super crazy amount, like you're not losing like 20 or 30% damage, but you are losing like 5 to 10% damage by not playing on full manual. But there are 0 bosses in the entire game where you need to use full manual. So if you want to use it, yes, like I kill bosses faster than a lot of people that I know, and I'm on Revolution. Now, I don't have it auto-cast all of my abilities. I have it auto-cast my basics. But, like, I'm a lazy player. So, my bar is like, this is my bossing bar. It's also my Slayer bar. And it's also my, like, AFK bar, if I want to do, like, AFK magic. So, like, you don't need Revolution, or you don't need full manual for anything in this game. Now, there are things that, of course, it will increase your damage. But again, you just don't need it. So, like, there are a lot of, like, full manual elitists that, like, oh, you have to switch to full manual because it unlocks your true potential, whatever. I'm an idiot. I want a build that works. All that matters to me is that I can do the content. And I can do the content consistently. Like, that's what's important to me. So because that's what's important to me, like, Revolution is totally fine. I need you. Okay, I'm gonna have a stroke. Why is it doing this? So, I'm not too familiar with the early game experience of RuneScape, unfortunately. That's just way beyond my time at, like, this point. Because, like, where you're at in RuneScape, not only is it, like, different than where I was, because, like, they totally revamped the new player experience. But, like, I just did it, like, 12 years ago. So, like, if you want, like, for, like, mid-game guides, I would be a lot more helpful, and then for, like, late game, just because, like, that's where my wheelhouse is. Like, I make a lot of, on YouTube, I make budget guides for bossing. So, like, if there are bosses that, like, people would generally consider hard, I've tried to make a guide for it to make it more accessible. I just griefed that kill so hard. Jeez. Oh, I guess I did. Like, that's what I try to do. is just like make the game easy for people who like aren't giga rich, because yeah, I think my Zut guide, or I think my Raksha guide is ranged, and that might be the only one, but most bosses using like a Ganodermic and Animate Dead is just gonna be like the best use of your time. But yeah, after I kill this guy, I'll put the link in chat. Oh god. I wasn't sure when. I thought he was going to stop his thing when I killed all the spinners, but he did not, and I almost died. Hope, listen, we gotta help our poor kings get to our level, okay? Just because he's broke doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to make money. It does mean you get to laugh at him, but it doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to make money. And there it is. So this boss fight that I'm doing now is typically a lot more involved, but I'm using the best build in the game against poisonable bosses, which is the Big Arrow build. These increase your poison damage by 400%. So there's like a lot of synergies that you can combine with it, but basically my poison damage is increased by 400%, and then on top of that, every hit spot that I do is 9 hits, or sorry, is 3 extra hits, because my summoning familiar hits the boss every time that I heal. I'm using Soul Split, which is just a prayer that you heal a percentage of the damage that you do. I'm using an Aura, Vampirism, which I heal a percentage of the damage that I do. And then I have this item called the Black Crystal, which every time I get dealt damage, or every time I heal, I get dealt a quarter of that back as damage, which means when I'm full health, I'm still able to heal. So what that means is that every time I hit, every hit generates 2 additional hits, and all of those can proc poison. And on top of all of that, I have like a 35% chance to poison. So when you combine all of these things with 400% increased damage to poison, every hit it just does 5,000 extra damage. So bosses that are poisonable are like particularly weak to this build if they also have a lot of health, because you just like rip through them once your big arrows are fully stacked. So I think the next boss I'm going to do is Solak. But yeah, it's just like a lot of synergies that come together to like let you skip a lot of mechanics on bosses that honestly you probably shouldn't be able to skip. Listen, Hope's just mad that he's getting carried in Bingo right now. I think he's getting carried, right? How many drops does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I have 6. He's such a noob. Yeah, he's just mad that I'm carrying him in bingo right now. But here, let me drop my YouTube link. Your channel. Okay, should be in chat now. All right, nice it is. So I have a guide for Zamorak. I have a guide for normal mode and hard mode Zuck. I have a guide for Raksha. The Raksha guide's probably where you should look if you're struggling with Raksha. I don't know if you are. I have like a super noob guide that's like, okay, you have 0 money. Like, what can you do? I have like a breakdown of ability bars and how to use them and like what they're good for and what like doesn't work with ability bars. I don't really remember all of the guides I have up there because it's been a while since I made one, but I try to make like budget friendly guides every so often. I plan on uploading one for the Elite Dungeons. I'm gonna work on that this weekend, so I'm gonna try to have them up by next week. Okay, so this boss is Solak. This boss is significantly more involved than the last one, just because he does significantly more damage. Ambassador, you can kind of just like AFK, like that's more or less what I did. Like I was like talking to you guys. But Solak, like you have to pay attention here. He has a lot of mechanics, and you get punished if you mess up pretty much all of his mechanics. Yeah, you can definitely do this boss with a Nox bow and Bic arrows. This might be a boss that I make a guide on because honestly, you only need like 400 mil to like start like doing this boss. You really don't need like a crazy amount of money, which is really good. Like 400 mil to do Solak is like, that's not bad because like you're guaranteed like 6 kills an hour.
The betrayer! You lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us
earth
out
with
of
your
war.
bow.
You will die.
So this is gonna be like an 8k hit.
Your reckoning has come.
So I use a power burst of vitality to just double my current health.
The roots of the tree
This is gonna one hit me if I mess up. It's a disruption shield. So, or you have to use disruption shield for it. So I just did. Okay, now I have to kill all of these roots. Okay, my familiar is doing the thing where it's not using its ability again. I need to fix it on arms and legs. Yeah, I don't know why its timer keeps getting reset. I don't think there's anything that I'm doing wrong. Thanks, I appreciate it.
The roots below bend to my will.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I don't expect you to have a ton to say here. This boss drops Blightbound Crossbow, which is a tier 95 crossbow. Or tier 92 crossbow. It drops the main hand and the offhand for it. I think I just messed up. No, I didn't. Nice. Yeah, most bosses in this game are soloable. They are very difficult, but they are soloable, for sure.
How futile. You are weak. Watch just as your probe bleeds. The anima below the probe is mine to command.
Erethdor is losing hold. He's ripping the anima from the
So now I have to kill all these anima eruptions.
His blight is slowly burning through you. If it gets
So
too
I
much,
could...
rally to
There's a second mechanic where you go up here and you clear the storm. I'm gonna do that next kill just to like show what it looks like. But that is a mechanic in this. I kill him so fast and I do enough damage that I'm just skipping it.
Rip the earth open. Spill the blood of life.
Yeah, Solak is really fun. He's a difficult boss, but he's really cool because like if you play well, you get kills. Like there's no RNG in this fight. He just requires you to do a lot right, like really like for the entire fight. So it is a very involved fight, but it's like super cool.
Power of the grove in its purest form. Let it rain down upon you.
So here I need to summon this dome. If I don't, these will hit me for like 8k. So now I'm going to use resonance here. It's going to heal me to full.
I'll crush you like the bug you are.
My damage is like really low and I'm not sure why.
Erethdor is getting
Oh,
weaker
never
and
mind. I'm
losing
just
control.
a complete liar.
I'm going to make a connection to cast him out.
Not free him. His power is mine.
You're so toxic. Oh, I need to get away from this. Oops. Yeah, but like you just saw those poison stacks, like that's big arrows. That has nothing to do with the fact that I'm using Bow of the Last Guardian. Like that's just big arrows. Just in one tick, he took 30,000 poison damage.
Give me the light you so tightly cleave.
Okay. I missed one prayer flick and he comboed me. Oh, God. I'm so bad. Literally, I missed one flick and I got comboed. I didn't even realize my health was so low, honestly. So low. It was at like 7k. I didn't even realize my health was at that point. Jeez, that was bad. That's fine. We're just gonna go back in. Join instance. So at that point, I had the kill, but then I randomly took 7k damage in one tick and died instantly, so.
Marathon, the betrayer! You lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us,
earth with your
Earthborn.
bones!
You will die this day. Your reckoning has come.
I also really should have refreshed my sign for instances like that, but I didn't think I would need to. Yeah, I definitely need to do some testing of Solak off stream with range, because I know the current like budget build or budget friendly build is magic. Oh, I think I let my stacks drop off. I did. I'm so bad. Oh, I have when arrows on. Oh, that's so sad. Whatever. That's fine. I think you fully stack it. Even from this point, I think I can still fully stack it. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, this is, like, way easier than it is with Magic. Because, like, with Magic, you still need to have, like, a pretty good idea of, like, really good Magic rotations. But, like, with Bic Arrows, you just, like, don't have to know anything. You just hit the boss. Like, you just need to know, okay, how does this boss kill me? How do I not die? And, like, that's how you use Bic Arrows. Dang. Well, I'll have to cycle it again, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Just put another Storm Shard on it, and honestly, it's fine because it lets me stack my poison on it. Yeah, I definitely think one of the best things about ranged is that you don't need like crazy rotations anymore. Like, you do get a lot of damage by just like knowing how Bow of the Last Guardian works. But like, if you don't have a Bow of the Last Guardian, you just hit the boss, just let your abilities do what they're gonna do, and like, that's how you use range. With Bic Arrows specifically. If you're doing like Raksha or something, having a decent rotation helps out a lot. Yeah, exactly.
How futile. You are weak. Watch just as your grove bleeds! The anima below the grove is mine to command.
I really need to be better about clearing my blight though. That's where I take like all of my deaths, is just taking too much blight damage.
His blight is slowly burning through you. If it
Oops.
gets too much, rally to me. I will draw it from you.
But yeah, I'm gonna get a, what's it called? I'm gonna get a Zarite bow, and then I'm gonna see what like Solak with a Zarite bow is looking like. If it looks like really doable, then that's probably a guide I'm gonna work on next. I got very fortunate there.
The power of the grove in its purest form.
I just didn't think about it. I think I normally use ECB. I just straight up just didn't think about it. I'm so bad. I pressed protection from magic. Why would I do that? Oh my god. I think I am washed up. I'm gonna be honest. I think I might be washed up. That was so sad. Oh my goodness. Bro, what am I doing? Oh my goodness. I just need to refresh my sign. Obviously, I'm too washed up for this. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button, and like, that's the only phase where you take like that much damage that you can't just eat through. Bro, I am washed. I don't know what's going on. I swear I used to be clean. Alright, this one for sure. For sure, this one. This is the one. Oh, you know what? My Wen book wasn't on. That's why I died there.
Marathel, the betrayer! You lead these mortals against me?
You call me the betrayer? After what you did to our family?
I will
You
replenish
broke
the
us
earth with your
Earthborn.
gold.
You will die this day. Your reckoning has come.
The roots of the tree.
You can't prove that. Oh, let me hit this guy.
The roots below bend to my will.
Okay, there we go. Look, I'm doing way more damage now. Look at me go. It's almost like I remember how to play the game. I don't think I can wait 20 seconds here. That seems really dicey. You know what? I guess I can. I didn't think that was gonna last as long as it did. That should be it. Nice. Big.
You are weak. Watch just as your rogue bleeds. The anima below.
Bro, I'm like 80 kills at 82 with no drops, so I'm the wrong guy to ask.
He's ripping the anima from the ground around us. His blight is slowly burning through you. If it gets too much, rally to me. I will draw it from you.
I have only gotten scammed.
Rip the earth open.
Bro, those trolls be going crazy though. You don't know about the trolls. Like, unironically, I did I did that on my Iron Man, and I almost died to one of the trolls. I was like, bro, no shot this troll's deleting me like this.
The power of the grove in its purest form. Let it rain down upon you.
Oh, whoa, what's going on?
I'm going to make a connection to and losing control.
Okay, my stream like exploded for a second. I'm dead. I'm dead. Well, that was whack. Huh, good thing I refreshed my sign. That would have been a tilter.
Give me the light you so tightly cleave to.
It's all good. We weathered the storm. Let me cleanse this shit.
Give me the light you so tightly cling to.
Please stop. I'm actually dead, by the way. Bro! Alright, you know what? I think Solak is too hard for me. I don't know what's going on, but I think Solak is too hard. I think we're just gonna do something else. I forgot how to do Solak, I guess. Bro, Aerithdoor deleted me. I have never seen him do that before. He actually deleted me. No, Solak is too hard. I'm going to Carapac. I can't do Solak. No, teammates are whack. We don't do teammates in this stream. I will do the only thing I can do, which is do Carapac instead. Bro, he actually bodied me. Like, that was nuts. I've never seen him do that before. He said he thought I was feeling you and then put like a 10k bleed on me. Alright, we need to take a break from Solak. Solak is too hard. We're gonna do Carapac. Yeah, that was insane. I've never had that happen. Oh, I guess spawn speed doesn't matter.
Always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian?
Carapac is another boss I was looking at making a guide on.
I'll tear right through you.
I think Carapac is a really, really good boss, especially because his trash loot is so good. He's like kind of annoying, but it just doesn't matter because his trash loot is so nuts.
You will break beneath me.
Bro, I'm not doing Solak. I'm not doing it. I don't know what's going on, but all my moves are gone. I can't handle it. Luckily, Carapac's a munch, so I can just delete this guy. Yeah, he just deleted me.
The raw power of the staff. No.
I'm actually so lucky. I should not have gotten this.
The tide threads have split.
I should not have gotten that storm skip. Yeah, iron cans, which is really nice because that's actually a new update.
Right through you.
Bro, but look at me putting the work on Carapac. This guy is definitely a munch. Bro, I can't believe Solak deleted me like that.
Its power.
This dude Aerithor said, "You thought I was feeling you," and then shot me dead. This guy's trash loot is really good, and his uniques are pretty good. They're just like pretty rare. His trash loot is really good though. It's like 1 mil per kill, which is very nice.
I will put you in your place.
Okay, I had to change my auto fire rate. It was like too fast here.
Look at what you've done. You fractured the threads of time.
So Carapac is also decently unique because of the time warp mechanic. Oh, did I just grief myself? Yikes, that's actually really bad that he took that much damage. Yeah, that's really bad. Well, we might be dead here too. Yeah, see now this boss, this guy guy's a munch. Carapac cannot face me. Yeah, so this was 1 kill and I got 1.1 mil. And it was like a 4-minute kill. So. And this drop was like fine. Like, generally speaking, you're making like 30 mil an hour. Maybe 30's on the high side. You're making like 20 to 25 mil an hour and just trash loot. And then he also has like a 1 mil drop. Well, 3 of them technically, but.
Always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian? I'll tear right through you.
Oh, I forgot that Oyster was happening. Bro, I'm about to go crazy for Oyster.
You will break beneath me. No, I control the threads of time. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
Okay, let's get some crits. Let's go. I wonder if it's worth bringing like a Grimoire switch on the off chance I get like a Relentless proc. That seems like a giga tryhard though.
I can contain all its power.
Yeah, maybe if I was going for like world record or something, but that seems like a giga tryhard. Like, I'm good on that.
I'll tear right through you.
Yeah, he's just getting shredded with poison damage though. Like, this is like the power of Vic arrows. It's just so disgusting. Like, he just took like 100k poison damage on like 2 abilities.
Look at what you've done. You fractured the threads of time.
Oh, I got the... Oh, I hate when that happens. It's so sad. Hope that doesn't like kill it. Oh, well, that guy's dead. Yep, I just griefed again. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Maybe it'll be okay. Yeah, I guess it'll be okay, because Carapac's gonna start splashing. That's like one of the crazy things about Carapac, is that his accuracy isn't like that good for a high-end boss. Like, Carapac splashes a lot.
Just let me die.
Yeah, this drop was 2 mil. Like, this guy's trash is definitely up there. Yeah, so what you want to try to do is kill all the clones around the same time. I just messed up, and, like, I let one of them die early. Because he gets, like... His attacks go from hitting, like 500 to 1k through your prayer to hitting, like, 1500 through your prayer, and, like, that's not good.
Always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian? I'll tear right through you.
Also, for some reason, the clones are tankier than Carapac is. That's, like, super weird. I don't know what that's about. And by tankier, I mean that you have way lower accuracy on that.
I control the threads of time. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
These crits are going a little crazy.
I will put you in your place. I can contain all its power. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
So what I usually do here is, at the beginning of this phase, I'll switch to Wen arrows, because they have 100% accuracy against clones. It just makes life so much easier. Also, my Blood Reaver's 100% gonna die here.
Look at what you've done. You fractured the threads of time.
Okay, never mind. I saved it. Okay, so I'll drop this guy to like 20. Okay, perfect. I don't know why my Blood Reaver isn't healing. Okay, nice. He's healed to full. That's good. So now we Time Warp Devotion. Kill that guy. That guy died. Kill this guy. Perfect. So now I have my Devotion back up. I still have 10 seconds of Devotion. Which gives me enough time to mostly build up my Adrenaline to get my Devotion back. Not bad.
Let me die!
Yeah, Carapac's not bad once you like get into like the swing of things and have a rotation. Like this boss is very much like, okay, once you like get it down, it's very clear when you like mess up. It's like, oh, okay, I did this thing wrong, that's why I died. Like, period.
Always you. Why can't you just let it be, World Guardian? I'll tear right through you.
I'm gonna try to drop him to like 100k before I let him jump again. Actually, I don't really have to. Yeah, I should be able to get him here. Yeah. He should get phased here pretty easily. Yeah, nice.
I control the threads of time. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
Nice. Yeah, now you can see the poison damage is just like starting to get really insane.
You will break beneath me.
Like, all of this is poison damage, because in terms of regular damage, he takes 50% reduced damage while he's channeling that.
Its power. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
Okay, so now I change my arrows. We're just going to put a bunch of bleeds on him, and then he'll start getting shred.
I will put you in your place.
Yeah, that damage. That damage is so nuts. Every time I see it, I'm just like, wow, I don't know how this is still allowed.
Done. You fractured the threads of time.
Oops, I let my Blood River die. So I'll go over here, hit this one first. Hit this guy. Then get teleported back here to kill this guy. Then hit Carapac. That was my first time doing that. That was actually like kind of clean. Not bad. Alright, I need to rebank because I'm like out of stuff. Okay, one second, I need some text. Okay. So I have like 15 minutes left of my aura. After that, I'll relog and then we'll probably do an hour of EED2.
I'll tear right through you. I will put you in your place.
Carapac's kind of a dummy mommy. I will put you in your place. Bro, Carapac's a freak. Hello? Oh, I'm a psychopath. That was funny.
No, I control the threads of time. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you.
Yep, now we just put a bunch of bleeds on.
I will put you in your place.
It's just too much damage. She can't handle it. This is like so disgustingly broken. It's just so insane to me.
Its power. The time threads have split. I'll tear right through you. I will put you in your place.
I was gonna use a Vuln, but it just doesn't matter because I don't think Vulns increase poison damage.
Look at what you've done. You fractured the threads of time.
Also, when you're going into P4, it doesn't matter what your health is. If you click into a clone, it'll full heal you. I think I went a little bit too early. Yeah, I did. Oh my god! Where did that extra hit come from? Oh my god, I got scammed. Bro, Carapac scammed me. There, I said it. I don't even know where those extra hits came from. That was ridiculous. Bro, I'm trolling. I don't know what happened. Carapac fucking dequaspect me. I thought I was good. You know what? It's all good. I know what'll fix this. We just need to do some giant oyster. Yeah. Do you see how disgusting the poison damage is though? Like, he's literally taking like 200,000 damage in like 10 seconds, all from poison. I claimed all my stuff, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, like, that's what I was saying, that, like, Bic Arrows is just, like, completely broken. Like, it's really not balanced at all. Okay, 3 fortunate components. Alright. I'm thinking... I'm feeling an ice die. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm getting an ice die. Where's my monthly? Yeah, well, that guy's a munch. I'm getting an ice die right now. It's just job's done. Yeah, there's just no shot I'm not getting an ice die right here. Matter of fact, I'm getting a piece of third age if I'm being completely honest. Actually, you can't get third age from elites. Can you get second age from elites, or is that masters? I literally have my Wicked Hood on. I just like wasn't sure the fastest way there. All right, what do I got? 300k. Okay, that's not good. That's pretty abysmal actually. 300k is pretty much the most worthless thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, I have 200 mil farming, so don't even get XP from this. That's so sad. Dude, I died at Solak 3 times today from just being bad. It's so sad. Like, the first time I missed a prayer flick and he comboed me with the blight, so I got hit for like 7k. True. The second time, I don't even know what happened. Maybe I just missed a flick. And the third time I hit pray magic instead of pray melee. Like, oh man, it was so sad. Oh, the third time I DC'd also. Oh no, that was happening the second time. The third time, Aerithor deleted me. He put a fragmentation shot on me. I took literally 8k damage in like 4 seconds. Like, Aerithor acted that you thought I was feeling you, and then like declaw-specked me. I'm like, bro, I didn't know that you could do that. Yeah, that shit was actually nuts. I was like, okay, Aerithor is actually Giga Chad. Said, you thought I was an NPC? No. Dude, the funniest clip I have is one where I was at ED2 and I got comboed by dragons. That shit was so crazy. My prayer dropped for like 2 seconds. Or not prayer, my overloads dropped for 2 seconds. I got 1-ticked. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, it's this one. Oh, actually, hold on. I can bring up the Twitch clip. That way, that one's not cropped. Let me see. Should still be here. Yeah, like, hold on. Like, look at this. This was the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. Like, I'm chilling. I'm just killing some dragons. My overload drops here. My anti-fire drops, and then look. Literally died instantly. Like, that's the most insane thing that's happened to me in this game. I was like, bro, no shot that just happened. I was like, I actually got, like, rushed by these dragons. Like, that was so nuts. Alright. Show me... Ice die. Okay, I got one fortunate. That's basically an ice die if you don't really think about it. Oh, I can't disassemble items here. True, true. I was like, bro, you're really telling me the instant my prayer dropped, or my overall dropped, they all decided to use fire breath? I don't buy it. It was an inside job by Jagex. Can you imagine losing a hardcore like that? You're just like, oh, my overwhelm dropped for 1 second, and then you get one ticked when your overwhelm drops. That would be so nuts. That would be the craziest way to lose a hardcore. That's like, I'm not playing RuneScape anymore, like, type of shit. Like, I actually got scammed by Jagex. Damn, these guys at raids went crazy. They got 2 codex and boots. I want to get all of the acto, but every time I go to raids, it's just miserable. I'm like so good on going to raids. True. When you start getting chess pieces, that's how you know it's real. It's so funny. All of this XP past 99, all of that is from doing Oyster. I need to finish up our archaeology though. 6 mil XP is like not that much. And then I'm really close to 120 woodcutting. I'm probably never going to train that skill again once it's 120. Alright, that's done. Oh, let me see how many fortune components I have. Which one's fortunate? Oh, I have 33. Okay, I can make a alchemical something soon. So that'll be nice. What do I want to do? Nope, this is the game with skill capes. So once you max every skill, you get a max cape, which I have here. And then your max cape, you can put 3 skill cape perks into it. And then if you do that, any cape that has no perks will carry all of your max cape perks. So that's why this is the Igneous Kalzuk. This is the cape you get from the one boss I was talking about earlier. This has the best stats in the game, and it has 3 unique passives, and it keeps the max cape perk. So like that's why this is so good. All right, let me think. What are we doing? Maybe I'll do some EED2. That sounds like I'm not gonna die there. I think ED2 is pretty safe, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do some ED2, and then hopefully we won't die. And then after that, I'll probably just AFK my 12 Vindicta kills on stream and hang out with chat, and then that'll probably be it for the night. Okay, deactivate, yes. This. Alright, hopefully we can get a codex. I've gotten literally nothing from ED2. I have actually nothing. This dragon is lost right now. Bro, I'm telling you, sure, I have to get something at some point, right? I can't just never make money again. Even if it's the worthless greater flurry, like at this point, I just want to broadcast so I can have something from ED2. Did I? What I get earlier? I got fleeting boots, but like that's not a big drop. That's chump change. 15 mil. What am I gonna do with 15 mil? Bro, what am I supposed to do with 15 mil? Honestly, there's like random bosses that like the animate dead nerf, like you can really feel it. Astoarn's one of them. You like take way more damage because animate dead just doesn't work on the type list anymore. Exactly. That's not even a buy limit of Bic arrows. That's like 3k Bic arrows. What am I supposed to do with 3k? Bro, what is this splashing? Worthless. So I'm going back so I can retoggle this chest. Because I have a Hazel Mirrors, I can use the chest to potentially double drops that hit the ground. Bro, I know, dude. This dude Glacior like ruined Onyx Dust. Like, I remember at Raksha, you'd get like 109 Onyx Dust. It's like, damn, bro, that's like 3 mil. Like, that's more than 3 mil, honestly. Now you get 109 Onyx Dust, 10k. You actually owe Jagex money to pick up your Onyx Dust. There's like so many lava strike worms here. I didn't know there was this many of them. Alright, can we die, please? Thank you. Oops. Okay, 4 Onyx Dust, let's go. That's so sad that you'll use a Lucky Charm and get 4 dust. That's so, like, worthless. Like, I don't care about 4 dust, bro. Oops. Wrong button. Yeah, the big thing I'm like wondering right now for at least the guides I make for ED2 and ED3 is if it should all be in like one video. Like, should the ED3 guide be like broken down into 3 separate, like, okay, this is how you clear up to this part? Or should it all just be like one video? Because like those videos are gonna be really long. Like the ED3 one. ED3 is like a 15-minute encounter, and there's like a decent amount of explaining, I feel like. It's gonna be like a 45-minute video. I don't know if that's better, or if it's better to do like 3 20-minute videos for each elite dungeon. Oops, I super griefed. Stop meleeing me, freak. So this mechanic for Barraclith, you can just totally skip it. What? Bro, I got nothing. Bro, this boss sucks. ED2 is worthless. There, I said it. Bro, ED2 hurts my eyes. I, like, can't see anything. As far as I know, flight skip shouldn't be possible with magic anymore. Obviously, I'm still gonna like try because, you know, doing the most damage is always optimal, but I'm pretty sure flight skip is not possible with magic anymore. Without like a disgusting high roll. Yeah, elite dungeons are really, really cool. So what I'm doing here is I'm safe spotting these hands. If you stand on one of these four corners, they only, or one of these four like axes, they only have one attack that can hit you, and it's not particularly damaging. Well, it is, but it won't like kill you. So you could just heal between those attacks. Honestly surprised that this safe spot is still here. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Alright. Dang, that wasn't bad. That leads me to believe that flight skip is pretty much impossible. Because I don't think I, like, was getting crazy unlucky on crits. So, during this phase, it's like 2 minutes of not being able to hit this boss. So... Yep. It is incredibly expensive. It requires 2 million of a secondary currency, which is very hard to get 2 million of if you're not actively farming it. Which is unfortunate because I think in old school it's just Ring of Wealth, right? Yeah, it's gonna be a long time before you get it. we rich? Let's go. 8 energy. Today's just not my day. Yeah, because basically you get it with dungeoneering tokens, and I think you need 2.7 million or something. And it's the best way to get dungeoneering tokens is by doing elite dungeons, and generally speaking, it's pretty hard to like complete elite dungeons until you're relatively high level with like a lot of quests under your belt and stuff like that. But we have this thing called area loot, which makes it so that you don't have to worry about a lot of stuff like that. So, for instance, let's say you're fighting like abyssal demons and, you know, they're dropping a bunch of sharks or whatever. Like, there's just like stuff in all of these areas. Like, this is like decently spread out. My area loot button is 3, so I press 3 and it shows the whole inventory, and I press spacebar, picks everything up. So like, actually looting coins isn't as obnoxious as it is in old school, so there not being a cheap way of getting the ability to loot is like not as bad. Especially because we have the coin pouch, so we just have a secondary, like we have a 29th inventory space specifically for coins. So it's like, it's not that bad. Definitely the worst part about Mainscape, though, is Treasure Hunter. Not because, like, it's pay to win. Like, it is, but, like, that's not why it's bad. The issue is that even if you don't spend money on it, your experience can get ruined in a way that's, like, not your fault. Like, let's say you get, like, super lucky and you get one of the cosmetics that's on Treasure Hunter. You can like sell it for like 500 mil, like unironically. Like I think the Assassin Walk that just had a rerun, I think it's like 1.2 mil or something, or 1.2 bill or something. So let's say you're like a relatively new player and you get the Assassin Walk. Well, like a 1.2 bill item like dramatically accelerates like what you can and can't do. So you get super accelerated. But then all of like the boring stuff you just kind of skip, because why would you do it if you don't have to, right? Because like you can just fast track through all of that. Well, the downside is that like usually the thing that gets left behind when you fast track through the early game is quests. And there are a lot of quests that are really, really important for progression. So what can happen is, or what does happen is, someone will like get fast tracked to a bunch of really high-end gear, and that's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I need to go back and do these quests. And then it turns out you're like 50 quests away from where you should be based on the type of gear that you have. And like that's a problem that a lot of my friends have had, where it's like, oh cool, you know, I have, you know, a 1 bill bank and I have all this crazy stuff, like what should I be doing? It's like, oh well, you know, you buy this gear and get these stats, you can boss. And it's like, oh, sweet, okay, cool. And it's like, man, I'm like having a hard time with these bosses. Like, I feel like I have no sustain. I'm running out of, you know, inventory spaces. It's like, oh, well, do you have Soul Split? And they're like, well, no, I don't have Soul Split. It's like, oh, okay, well, for that, you need a Temple of Sentiston. And they're like, oh, okay. Oh, I looked at that quest. It's 30 quests deep. I'm like good on RuneScape. And like, That's happened to like at least 5 people that I know. Yeah, I know with you see it more in hards and masters, but well, like with hards, elites, and masters. But there's a lot of like clues where it's like, dang, like, am I really trying to do this like 3-hour long quest? Or if it's like one of the deep quests, like the Apatol, right? If it's like Monkey Madness, it's like, dang, I really have to do like all the prereqs for Monkey Madness and do Monkey Madness just to get a clue step that requires another quest. So like, I'm good on that. And like, that's the biggest issue I think with RuneScape 3, is that the game tells you that quests are optional when they're really not. And one thing that can happen is like, you kind of get tricked into thinking that quests aren't optional, and then you end up not doing quests, and then when it's time to go back and do them, it's like, bro, I just don't care about any of this. And like, rightfully so, you know? And that's an issue that I don't know. Like, the easiest way to fix it would be to put like a total level requirement behind Treasure Hunter, but like, skipping the early game is a bad thing in RuneScape, because the early game is really important for like familiarizing yourself with the content. Show me some drops. Okay, Onyx Dust. Onyx Dust is the worst drop of all time. But yeah, that's like the biggest issue I think with like Mainscape. I think Iron Man's completely avoid that issue. The issue that Iron Man's have is that there's a lot of materials that are exceptionally difficult to get en masse, and there's a lot of materials that you need en masse. Like, Bic arrows are the most overpowered thing in the game, and it's not close. I don't know. I don't think irons can get them sustainably. Like, I think what irons have to do is, like, you spend, like, 10 hours, and then you get, like, 3 hours worth, and then you just use that. And then, like, you just keep, like, doing that. Which, like, sucks. But that's also not really an issue until super late game. So, and by then there's alternatives, right? Like, if there's a boss that like you're struggling with, like, you could melee it, right? There's no like resource requirements for melee. But that's like the only real issue I think with irons, is that at super high levels, there are certain things where it's like, well, I need this, and like the way I get this is super not worth my time. Which is unfortunate, but you know, it's how it is. So I think if I go here, I can group all of them up on this one. Yes, I can. Nice. Honestly, if I ever get this, what's it called? The, hat, Orlando Smith hat, I'm gonna become a dirty clue solver. That's the only thing I'm, like, really saving up for right now. I could probably get it by, like, selling other stuff, but I try not to sell stuff to buy other things. It just feels like such a massive waste of time. Although I guess with everything being on the Grand Exchange now, maybe it's not that bad. Because that was definitely super annoying before, how it always felt like you were getting scammed somehow on like, anything over max cash. Bro, no shot he can attack me from down there. That's so broken. Oh, I just messed up. Whatever, don't care. Should be able to kill him here. Nice. Alright, what do we got? Nothing. R.I.P. Bro, I'm just trying to be rich. But I guess I'll just keep being a brokey. Unlucky. It's so hard to see all the projectiles because of like my own animations. Oh god, I almost got hit by that. So weird how you stand here and just like breaks their AI. Oh god, okay. This is the only one that you like have to dodge. Getting hit by Hydrix Dragon is not good. Toggle auto collect. Alright, I'm about to go crazy. I'm about to go crazy. Okay, never mind, that wasn't that crazy, all things considered. That was actually pretty worthless. That was like really bad, if I'm being really honest. So after this, we'll Smoke Cloud, Blackstone Dragon, and then we'll try to Flight Skip. I'm not great at doing the pre-520k damage. I don't know how to do like crazy damage there. I feel like I just keep messing it up. Oh my god, I put the wrong necklace on. I don't think it would have mattered, but it still sucks. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I put the wrong necklace on. If I had the right one on, I would have gotten 2 more Amidal Battle Staff specs, which probably would have been like another 40k damage. It's not enough to flight skip, but it's enough to... You know, it's enough to think about what could have been. So I think he jumps 2 more times after this, so... Just put bleed on him. Or maybe it's 3 more times. Okay, 30 Draconic Energy. That's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. So the necklace... It's not so much that the necklace makes that big of a difference, it's that I had the wrong spec on, so I kept trying to use a special attack that had a cooldown, because like I just had the wrong button on. That's more what the issue was. Where if I had like the right necklace on, because I basically just dead clicked twice because I thought I had a different necklace on. So that's like the bigger loss of damage rather than, oh, you like this one necklace. It's like, that's like sort of it, but not really. Okay, so I'll do 1 more of these, and then we'll AFK Vindicta, and then hang out for a little bit. Okay, 13 Onyx Dust, that's not bad. Ooh, a Dragon Helm. Let's go. Oh, that was unfortunate. I used the wrong ability there. Maybe it'll be fine. Yeah, it looks like it ended up okay. This didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. The fact that these jellies will follow you throughout the whole dungeon is like really annoying. It's really funny, but it gets really annoying. Because like they don't do any damage. Toggle. Oh, I'm not standing in this anymore. Oops. Okay, we got nothing. It's good. The Jello does go kind of crazy. Like, not all of the time, because I feel like I can only deal with so much of like the texture, but when Jello hits, that boy hits. God, this is so annoying. Just stop. Sick. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice, I got it before he healed too much. The thing that's always so weird about this game is that you can chain certain enemies together if you start it with one enemy, but you can't do it if you start it with another enemy. It's like super weird. I think it's just a bug in the code, because like, or it just has something to do with like the angle you use the ability at. Like there are just like certain like times where you'll use chain, like for instance, like depending on certain angles, I can use chain on this dragon, and then it won't connect to these two. But I'll be able to use chain on like the back dragon, and then it will connect to the other two. And it's like, okay, well, why is that different? You know. Yeah, so like I chained off of this dragon and it only hit these two. But I chained off of this dragon and it hit these three. Like it hit all four of them, even though this dragon was closer to this dragon. And it's like, well, hold on. Why is that different? And I think it just has something to do with like the angles. Where like it needs to be able to draw like straight lines to certain things, and if it can't, it won't chain. But if you like do it from a different angle, it'll like be able to make those lines. That's my guess on how it works anyways. Yeah, RuneScape is a very old game, and like there will be like weird bugs like that, where it's like, this seems weird. So like these strike worms, if I hit the one that's here, it'll chain to these two. If I hit this one, it'll chain to this. If I hit this one, it won't chain up here. It'll only chain down here. And like that just doesn't make any sense. Things in this game, if they're not, like, important to fix, or just if the devs decide that they don't really care that much, then it just won't get fixed. Generally speaking, there aren't, like, enough of those types of issues where it's like, okay, this thing has been broken for this long and they won't do anything about it. Like, generally that doesn't happen, but sometimes it does, where it's just like, oh, like, this thing has been broken for, like, a while, and they know it's broken, they just don't care. And it's like, oh, alright. Yeah, and like on one end, like I can kind of see the rationale. Like if something requires dev time to fix and they're not gonna make any money by devoting that time to fixing it, it kind of makes sense that like it's not worth their time to fix it. It just sucks that like we have to deal with it, you know? Like one relatively big issue that like I talk about is that like the character model update looks really cool, and it really sucks that like they just scrapped it because they're like it's not gonna bring enough players in. And it's like, dude, I don't know. I feel like there's gotta be players who are like, man, RuneScape looks fun, but this game is ugly. And it's like, oh well, if you just don't care about those people, then I guess you don't care. But like, that's a totally different thing than like it doesn't, that update does pretty much nothing for already playing players, which is true, but at the same time it's like surely there has to be like a better metric for this. Like, I don't know, I think nicer character like way nicer character models will look sick. But, you know, if they don't think it's worth their time, then, like, it's just never gonna get done, you know? Yeah, exactly. And, like, older games kind of can get away with it because it's like, okay, this game is forever years old. So, like, it's supposed to look ugly. But then there are games where it's like, bro, like, RuneScape, it doesn't have any business looking as bad as it does, like, in 2023. Like, that's just the reality. Which isn't to say that it looks bad, but when you look at games like Blade and Soul and like Black Desert, it's like, bro, if RuneScape looked half as good as these games, like, who knows how many more players would be playing them, you know? Because, like, it's not even like RuneScape looks bad, it's just that, like, because, like, the environments don't look bad, a lot of the enemies don't look bad, but it's like, the character you're playing, like, that's the most important thing, and that looks really bad. Like, the pupil of your eye isn't even connected to, like, the white part, and it's like, bro, like, this looks so weird, and the characters are, like, weirdly blocky, and it's like, I just don't understand. It's like, I don't believe that this is the best that RuneScape has to offer. Yeah, it's definitely an issue that RuneScape has where, like, the devs sometimes do things that are like, oh, this is obviously just a money grab, you didn't, like, super care about this. And stuff like that sucks. Like, it would be nice if the people that make the game I've been playing for 18 years, you know, cared about what I thought. But the reality is that there are certain things where, like, it makes sense why they won't do it, and then there are certain things where it doesn't make sense. And, like, the character model update, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. Like, I can't really wrap my head around why they're okay with having ugly characters. Like, I feel like in an MMO with as much customization as RuneScape has, which RuneScape has a lot, like, it's really weird that our characters look so ugly. Yeah. It's like, RuneScape isn't literally more fun with better character models, but like, it also kind of is, right? Especially when giving us the ability to like dye our gear and make our cosmetic and make our gear look like pretty much whatever we want it to. It's like, dang, like, if customization is this important, like, why is it only for the armor? Why is none of it for the character model? When the character model is so much more important. Like, what if you had a character that looked good with, like, regular clothes? It's like, oh, well, if Jagex doesn't care, then, you know, Jagex doesn't care, right? So I think he's gonna do two more jumps. That sounds right. Or maybe, yeah, so 2 more after this, I think. Oh no, it's just here. Okay. Well, I was on this really bad. $12 draconic energy. Worthless. It did get doubled though, so, you know, I guess I can't really complain. I'm making, like, I made a decent amount of money today. I don't know where this came from. I guess that's gonna go in my loot tab. Okay, well, we're gonna do this Vindicta Reaper, which is just gonna be AFK, and then that's pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much it. Vindicta's not poisonable, so I don't want this. I want this. And then, well, that's good. I have this Reaper task, which is like mostly AFK. Like, I don't really have to like play the game, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna do that on stream and just like hang out and chat. But as soon as I finish this, I'm definitely done for the night. Just need to get kill count, which sucks because I thought I had kill count. Okay, cool. Oh, that reminds me, I need to turn this on. Oh, man. Yeah, it does take forever. That's definitely trash. Yeah, so I have enough damage reduction for this boss that I can just, once I use my ultimate ability at the beginning of each round, which gives me extra damage, I can just chill. Oh, man. Like, normally this fire does a lot of damage and you have to, like, walk outside of it, but I just have enough damage reduction that I don't really care. The only issue with this boss is that sometimes the boss decides that they're the main character and just starts deleting you, and that's never fun. Alright, let's see if we got any new drops in Bingo. Dang, we got nothing. Bro, we're not winning this shit. We're definitely getting deleted. There we go. Yeah, that sounds like treachery. I'm good on that. Yeah, that definitely sounds completely horrible. So glad my dog isn't like, well, not, my dog doesn't live with me, but it's my sister's dog. So glad he isn't a disgusting creature. What a mess that would be. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Stuff like that is definitely feels bad. It's like, wow, this thing is so gross, we just have to take all these extra measures to make sure he doesn't ruin the whole house. Like, well, that sucks. Yeah, we've had cats for pretty much my entire life. The only reason we don't have a cat now is that we're not allowed to have them at my current place. And then we've had 2 dogs. Currently, my sister, like, it's my sister's dog, so it's not ours. Like, she did all of the training and basically raised it. But I've had cats my entire life. Yeah, my cats have pretty much always been indoor cats, which is nice. Yeah, it definitely keeps them out of trouble, because outdoor cats can make their lives so much harder. We had one outdoor cat when I was, like, super young, and, like, he would constantly get sprayed by, like, skunks and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, can you chill? And of course the answer is no, but... Yeah, the most recent cat we got was actually a stray. We, like, found her in, like, under a car somewhere. And she's been, like, pretty reserved basically ever since we found her. Like, she's warmed up to us a lot. But, like, she's, like, super flaky. Like, if you get, like, too close to her... or, like, make sudden movements. She was like, nope, I'm out of there. Get me out. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, cats are chill. I like cats. Cats are cool, and then I also like how, like, when you're done hanging out with the cat, it'll just leave. And when it's done hanging out with you, it'll just leave. Whereas, like, it feels like dogs is, like, the whole time you're around it, you're my best friend, and if you're not around, it's like, I can't wait for my best friend to get home, and it's like, that's a lot of work. Yeah, stuff like that definitely sucks. It's like, it's really rough. It's unfortunate, honestly. Yeah, and like I just don't have the bandwidth to like be a dog's best friend like 100% of the time. It's like, listen, dude, I can be your best friend like an hour a day. Like that's the most that I can do. Maybe 2. But like the whole time you're awake we have to be hanging out. That's a lot. Even in relationships it's like, bro, that's like a lot. Like you need to be a little bit more independent. Yeah, it's just a lot of work. Yeah, and like on one end, like you probably don't have to like hang out with the dog the whole time, but I just feel weird like not doing it. Like, dang, like am I really just gonna ignore this dog? Like, I probably can, but should I? Yeah, exactly. It's like the dog will probably be fine if I don't ignore it, but like that doesn't mean that I should. And like that's just a weird like balance to strike. Like how much time you actually spend with your dog versus how much time where it's like, okay, you need to like fuck off, like, you know. That's why, like, for me, I don't think I could, like, have a dog. Like, if one of my family members, like, had a dog, like, yeah, like, I take care of it, you know, when I'm there and whatnot. But, like, I don't think I could be, like, the primary caretaker of a dog. It's just, it's too much. At least for where I am currently in my life. Yeah, and like I think that I could, I just know I don't want to. Or at the very least, like I think it would like start to wear on me, and it's like I don't want to make that the dog's problem. Like if I know that's how I'm gonna be when it comes to dogs, like I'm just not gonna take care of one. Or like I'm just not gonna like get one because I know at some point I'm not gonna want to take care of it. Yeah, and it's just like, for what? You know? Like, I know one person who, like, takes in strays, and she, like, takes really, really good care of them while they're in her care, so... Like, there's definitely people out there who can handle it, but it's like, listen, if I'm, like, like pets aren't something you should be on the fence about. Like you're either down to like take care of one or you're not. If you're like on the fence about pets, then you don't like them. Like that's how it goes. Like, I think other people's pets are sick. But that's a lot of work, so... At least dogs are. Last kill, and we got nothing. Not surprised. Yeah, reptiles are weird because you're starting to get into an area where, like, is this even a pet? Like, yeah. Like, they're like a different kind of pet because, like, you don't, like, hang out with your snake. Like, you just look at it. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with looking at it, but, like, that's definitely a different experience than, like, hanging out with your snake, you know? I kind of want to do these Magister kills because I know I'm not going to do them tomorrow. Actually, I don't have to do them tomorrow. I can do them on Sunday. Okay, yeah. Let me just buy the keys now and I'll do them on Sunday. Like, it's the same thing when you see people be like, oh, like, I want, you know, a bearded dragon. Like, how cool would that be? It's like, yeah, like, I'm sure it's fine, but it's like, that's not a pet. Like, you're just looking at a bearded dragon. Which, like, you're feeding at, like, you're feeding a bearded dragon, and then you're looking at it, and you're like, look how cool it is. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not for me. Like, would having a boa constrictor be sick? Yeah, I guess. But, like, you're not boys with a boa constrictor. Like, you're probably not lunch for a boa constrictor. Like, that's as deep as it goes, you know? Oh, man. Alright, well, I think that's where I'm going to end it for tonight. I will be back on Monday. We're probably going to be playing Bayonetta on Monday because I imagine Bingo's going to be over. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday with Bayonetta, almost certainly. If not, I'll post something in my Discord. That, you know, the plans are different. But yeah. Thanks so much for watching. Give me a follow if you haven't already. Give me a like on YouTube if you haven't. It helps me in the algorithm. And yeah, I will catch you guys Monday.